One. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our special city council meeting of August 13th, which is our annual retreat strategic planning meeting. Second item on our agenda is the introduction of our moderator facilitator. Leroy, are you going to do that?
I will, but before we do that, I thought we would start out on a high note, and we have a video that we want to show.
Have you ever felt like going to Hollywood and then realized that you couldn't deal with the pomp and the policies? Well, I got a solution for you. This little town has all the perks of Hollywood and then some without the downside of being in the same state as Governor Gavin Newsom. Yeah. Keith Bilbrey is going to tell you why the Hollywood of Oklahoma is our kind of town.
Well, okay. Oklahoma, that is, and along with folks from all over the world, we're visiting Guthrie, where you can learn all about Oklahoma history and have fun at the same time. Now, in the beginning, Guthrie was no more than a prairie stop on the railroad, but thanks to the land run in 1889, it became a city of 10,000 overnight. Guthrie was named the first capital of Oklahoma, and that thriving center of commerce and early statehood now makes up one of the largest historic districts in the country. The walkable downtown is the perfect getaway to relax, take a break from the stresses of life, and enjoy the hospitality of a vibrant community that loves to show off their down-home charm. Take in some live theater, delicious world-class meals that will make you want to change your zip code. Stay at one of a long list of delightful bed and breakfast and inns. And don't worry about getting back in the car, because the coffee roasters, chocolatiers, bakeries, bootmakers, and more, everything you need is right around the corner. Guthrie is known as the Hollywood of Oklahoma. With its unique blend of old and new architecture, Guthrie has been a desired backdrop for dozens of movie productions and TV shows. Now, no trip to Guthrie would be complete without the rip, snorting action and excitement of rodeo. And the town goes completely wild when it hosts the International Finals Rodeo. Now, that's big, y'all. Oh, and for something completely different, Guthrie is the home to the smallest national park in the country. How small? Well, we're talking a whopping 100 square feet of scenic, natural grandeur. Great for sightseeing, but I wouldn't plan on that camping trip just yet. There's no place to immerse yourself in the charm and history of a one-of-a-kind community that has something for everyone than Guthrie, Oklahoma. And that's why it's our kind of town.
Well, our thanks to the city of Guthrie, the Guthrie Chamber of Commerce, and the Oklahoma Historical Society for letting us explore their great little town. Sounds like a fun place to go. And be sure to go to GuthrieOK.com so that you can plan the best trip you've had all year right there in Guthrie, Oklahoma.
Well done. Yeah.
They had 64,000 views when it was live.
Wow.
So
Awesome.
that's
Great.
pretty good exposure for our community. With that, just introduce Rebecca Eastman. She will be our moderator. Shalon, if we could start with you, if we could just introduce to remind Rebecca who everyone is.
Shalon Stanley, Airport Director at Guthrie International Airport.
Eric Harlow, Fire Chief.
Don Swicker, Police Chief.
Jeff Taylor, Ward 2, 9 years.
Sharon Mueller, City Attorney, Plaza.
Billy Wheeler, City Attorney.
Steve Gemling, Mayor.
Jim Case, Vice Mayor.
Brian Bothroyd, City Council.
James Long, City Council, Ward 1.
Tracy Williams, City Council, Ward 3.
Bill Myers, I'm with Myers Engineering. We serve as city engineers for Guthrie.
Timmy Maker, Public Works Director.
Kristen Elsenbeck, HR Director.
Dan Cassick, Planning Director.
Shonda Graney, Economic Development Director. Jim Day, City Clerk.
You guys might as well introduce yourselves.
Aaron Robert, media IT coordinator, should get Chris Evans, helper.
And we got a couple in the back that didn't make it to the big table.
I'm Allison Carson, strategic partner with Home Strategies.
And Allison is with the group that's assisting us in writing our EDA application, Academic Development Instruction. I'm going to start out with the first presentation. I'll probably be doing the majority of the presentations today. This is a group effort. Just because I'm making a presentation, you know, I didn't do all these things. It's a team effort. And different department heads may address different questions as we go through this. But this first report is taking the priorities the City Council set back in 19 for FY20 and then 20 for FY21 to kind of give an update on progress that we've made. Of course, infrastructure is divided into 4 categories. The first one was infrastructure, and there was 6 priorities under infrastructure from the 2019 retreat. The first one was the wastewater treatment plant. It is under construction as of January. Target completion date, January of 2023. I would point out, if I remember how to use this, so the total cost is $20,631,000. As I go through these costs, I'm using the original cost approved. Some of these projects have had change orders, so this is not an audit, but just to give you some idea of cost, because we've had a couple change orders, got a couple coming up Tuesday night. We had 16 million in OWRB loan funds, and then local funds put into it for 17.6. That left a funding gap of 3 million. We did bridge financing basically, where we pledged existing revenue out of our undesignated fund balances and our 2 stabilization funds to make up that 3 million, with the understanding that in January of 2022 we will go back and borrow the additional 3 million, and the reason we have to do that is our borrowing authority for public works is capped at 8 million on any given year. So you will be seeing in the near future on a city council meeting to borrow that additional 3 million. And we may even look at borrowing 4 million to put some of this money back into other projects. This one, we all did a happy dance. Harrison Street Bridge, the contract for that was $621,000. That project is complete now. Water tower maintenance, we looked at those, and high priority is to paint the exterior and interior on the west side and east side water towers. Another high priority is replace the west side booster pump station. That is, if you round it up, 1.4 million. Medium priority, paint exterior and interior of the job corps standpipe. And then a lower priority, but something that will need to be done over the next several years, is paint the exterior and interior of the Langston standpipe. So all those together represents about $2 million in cost. Those projects are not funded at the current time, but we have identified what we need to do. Infrastructure annual street overlay. Back in 2019, we awarded a contract for 14 different projects, a little over 200,000. Those have been completed. Currently, we have the project at First and Springer under construction. We awarded that contract for roughly 151,000 to Reedy Construction. What we try to do, there is a $4.25 monthly utility street fee on utility bills. generates about $235,000. We take $200,000 out of the 3/4 cent CIP sales tax. And so that gives us roughly $435,000 for street overlay. Each year we try to set aside $100,000 for ADA improvements. And bear in mind, a lot of times our street projects have ADA elements to it, doing sidewalks and that kind of stuff. So sometimes that gets rolled in with street projects, just like on the current project. $100,000 for annual street overlay. We try to set back $100,000 for larger projects so we can build up funds to do a bigger project. The $600,000 on Harrison Street Bridge was the first big project out of that money. Now we're saving for the next bigger project. And then $35,000 roughly for engineering cost. And I'd be glad to answer any questions along the way. The City Hall roof was item 5, $121,000 contract. That has been completed. I would point out City Hall was built in 1996. If you look at all of the different HVAC units on City Hall that are roughly 25 years old, as we have issues with these units, rather than spend a lot of money on repairing them, over the last 2-3 years we've been replacing those. So hopefully over time we will replace all those units and update them.
If you wouldn't mind going back to the street overlay, do we have any kind of timelines for any of those that are yet to be completed?
Well, the only one that's not completed, sir, is the First and Springer, and those are all completed. That was from the 2019 project.
All right. So I thought we still had work on Pine. No.
That's not an overlay project. That is a different project.
Okay.
That had to do with storm, the floods, the flood event. OWRB grant to repair the Guthrie Lake Spillway. We have taken the first step. We have accepted a $100,000 grant from OWRB out of the high hazard potential dam grants. With that, we will match that with $54,000, and that will be to finish the study and the plans for the repairs to the lake spillway. We don't have funded at this time, but when we get ready to move into the construction phase, we would anticipate another grant of $1 million, but then we would have to put $583,000 in that project. So that's another project that we're looking for. How do we fund? Second area was economic development. Developing shovel-ready industrial park. We have an 80-acre site, actually 77 acres, but we call it 80, we rounded up, along I-35 and Highway 33. It's zoned I-1. We got the survey with the elevation contours done, phase 1 environmental. Geotechnical study has been completed. Construction plans are the 65%. In March, the cost estimate was 4.3. We anticipate those numbers have probably creeped up some with recent inflation. So when we get ready to submit that for an economic development administration, we'll probably update those numbers and probably be closer to 5 million. We are looking at an EDA grant, and Allison's group is working with this. In traditional economic development administration grants, you had to have an industry in hand, an industry that would say, you know, if you did this improvements in industrial park, we will locate there. But last year, when they had the CARES Act, they had $1 billion. They waived that, and you could just project the number of jobs that it would create over a period of time. Now with the American Rescue Plan funds, and I got a slide we'll go over later, it sometimes is difficult when you deal with federal agencies when you ask a yes/no question. You don't get a yes or no answer. So imagine that. So we're still working through, is the American Rescue Plan money, that $3 billion, is it going to be handled like the normal program, or is it going to be like the CARES Act money where you can build it and project what it will do over a period of time, or do you have to have an industry in hand? We're trying to get the specifics. If we don't have to have an industry in hand, this application can be ready to go in a matter of a few weeks and submit it. So once we get that clarification, we'll know where we stand on this. We do have a project that's pending that would use this entire site. So we have started looking at alternate sites, and I've had this happen in other communities. You get an EDA grant. Between when you get the grant and it's awarded and you go through all the paperwork, you fill the property up and you move the grant to a different site. And so we will keep exploring those opportunities. Downtown business development. I don't know that there's a real good area. There's not a retreat or a workshop you could go to recruit small businesses for downtown. Larger retailers, there's a couple a year, but we have had a lot of new retail outlets in the downtown area in the recent months. Just recently, the Barbershop, Cleveland Mercantile, Charm Boutique is a recent one, Mac and Ike's, Good Time Saloon, Putting Around Mini Golf. There are some others, but just trying to highlight. And then outside of the downtown area, of course, Automax, Friends Market Boutique down on Division, T-Mobile, Cricket, Philly Homa, a sub sandwich shop out on the highway, Burger King and Starbucks. So we have seen a lot of development. In a later presentation, we're going to talk about the new housing subdivisions that's being worked. But the census information that came out yesterday, Logan County is the third fastest growing county in the state of Oklahoma in the last 10 years, 18% growth. And we're seeing a lot of that, of course, out in the county, but we're also seeing a lot of it starting inside the city limits as well. Some projects in progress, Yum Yum Junction ice cream store. The bowling alley is being renovated. And then we have a proposal for another bar and restaurant in the downtown area. So we have things in the work as well as what's been done. Some of the things that we have done as a city, during COVID, everybody had to rethink their strategy. And we saw a lot of to-go orders. We saw people set up satellite facilities to try to accommodate drive-through. We even saw Dominion House did some prepared meals that even were sold through Homeland grocery stores. So everybody tried to be creative. One of the things we did during COVID is we did a to-go bingo. And if you would buy from those restaurants, each week we had a drawing to encourage people to do takeout orders at our local restaurants. During the Christmas season, we did not have our traditional Christmas event, but we still wanted to encourage shopping because the Christmas season clearly is one of the big revenue times for our retailers. We did a Christmas drawing where the first prize was $3,000. We give 2 $1,000 winners and 2 $500 winners, and that was a pretty popular event, and it attracted people to come to Guthrie and shop in our stores to have an opportunity to be in that raffle. And then we ended up with an alternate event during Christmas, and on the day of that event, we did a one-day raffle with smaller prizes, and we tried to buy all those prizes from local vendors that we give away. So not only were we bringing people to the event, but we're also supporting the local vendors by buying their products as the giveaways. We've been working with IEDC back from the flood in 2018. They got a grant to provide some technical assistance. COVID has been a hampering obstacle to overcome for them to actually come to town. But what they will do is they will have 3 subject matter experts: historic preservation, infrastructure and public realm framework, and then economic vitality, looking at economics of downtowns. They'll review our current planning documents, tour the community, conduct a series of stakeholder meetings with different building owners, historic society, the shops downtown, and from there, based on their expertise, they will give us a written report of findings and recommendations of things that we can do in the downtown area. How can we do better getting our buildings maintained and restored? How can we attract more business downtown, more people downtown? So we're hoping that we will get some good guidance from those 3 subject matter experts. We're hoping that will occur sometime this calendar year. And it doesn't cost us anything. Number 3 under economic development was a shopping center on I-35 corridor. We have looked at several opportunities and tried to recruit different opportunities. Of course, one of the big areas is the interchange at Stewart Road in I-35. Just to give you an example, we have not won this yet, and we may not, but we did a proposal to Buc-ee's, and just to give you an idea of the type of work we do, I thought we would show the video feed that we submitted to Buc-ee's. Aaron, do you want to play that for us? And I'll move out of the way.
As the Lieutenant Governor in the state of Oklahoma and Secretary of Tourism and Branding, I think Buc-ee's and our state make the perfect partnership. Travelers from across America are flocking to Oklahoma, and I can't wait to see your business thriving right here. Here's some compelling information about Guthrie for you right off I-35, right down the road from Oklahoma City.
Guthrie, Oklahoma has over 35 annual events bringing in more than 300,000 attendees every year. It is perfectly situated right off of I-35, 30 miles north of Oklahoma City, and in one of the fastest growing counties in the state. When we think of missing pieces in our expanding community, one thing always comes to mind: Buc-ee's. Guthrie has a perfect spot available for you. Annually, in addition to Guthrie's in-town events, the Lazy E Arena brings in over 500,000 visitors to this intersection of Interstate 35 and Seward Road. This section of I-35 sees a daily traffic count of roughly 42,000 travelers. Buc-ee's should have no trouble finding a perfect home on one of the available corners of the section, including this beautiful 60-acre property. Oklahoma welcomes you, Buc-ee's, and we can't wait for you to find your home right here in Guthrie, Oklahoma.
So again, these kind of things are team efforts. Every project we do, we try to put together the best team we can. None of our projects typically have one individual does the whole thing. We may have some people write the script. We have other people that put the paperwork proposal, the hard copy together. Of course, Aaron was the voiceover and worked with the video. And on this one, Shonda and Justin were involved as well. So it's a team effort. We're trying to up our game and be more competitive. So those are the kind of things we put together now when we are making proposals, just as an example. Planning and code enforcement was the other priority. City Planner Dan Kasich introduced Ordinance 3342. Updating the zoning code was discussed at the Planning Commission over 5 times. And then was on City Council agenda a couple times at least. That has been a little more complex than maybe we originally anticipated. We have had some other special projects that have kind of taken us off of that. We're hoping in October we'll get a chance to get back to that and finish that up. We will be using some of the input you give us today relative to some of the things we look at in proposing amendments to the zoning ordinance. So that is a work in progress. Annexation plan. Last year, the first priority was along I-35 and Seward Road, and tried to pick up retail in this area because we live and die by sales tax. And we have visited with Waterloo Investments about the potential of annexing this area. And it will be a mixed-use development, including residential hotels, fast food, executive office park, and some new residential development. We've talked to them. One of their big costs is going to be wastewater treatment. And they will either have to extend a sewer line from this area at Waterloo and I-35 back to our wastewater treatment plant, or build their own wastewater treatment plant. We could use a portion of revenue we're not getting now and do a tax increment financing district, which could be done 2 ways. It could use future property and sales tax, or it could just be merely a sales tax TIF bond. The other avenue would be a sales tax rebate based on the projected sales tax revenue this development would create, and we continue to work with them to try to put together a package. It would not adversely affect anybody's current revenue stream. The rural fire department that serves this area would continue to serve this area. They'd continue to get their property tax they get now. County will continue to get their tax. It's actually Edmond School District. They will get their property tax. So if we do a TIF bond that includes property tax, they would be giving up a portion of their future tax they're not getting now, not the current tax.
Leroy, real quick, is that going better, worse, or equal to when we had these conversations a while back?
We've not had a follow-up meeting with them. I know they are interested, and we need to continue to meet with them to try to wrap that up. But I know they have an interest level. Downtown building maintenance. We really have not figured out a way to attack this issue. There are some limitations. If you have building inspectors go on private property without a cause to do inspections, there's issues there. There's always the fine balance between private property rights versus public rights. We're still working through that. There's been suggestions of a vacancy tax. Again, you get into the issue of private rights. Do I have the right to own my building and use it for whatever I want? Or from a public standpoint, can you tax them to encourage them to have something, at least on the first floor, that's retail related rather than using it as a warehouse. There's some issues that need to be worked through that before we propose that. We're hoping that when we have the IEDC visit and do those series of meetings, we'll come up with some ideas that we can propose to further explore that. But clearly, we need to see a more stringent investment in our historic buildings downtown if we want to maintain that investment in our community. Quality of life was the fourth area that you set priorities in 2019. Existing soccer field and ADA. The Logan County Soccer Complex in 2018, we installed an irrigation system, and our decision was rather than try to put it in with a new complex, to just keep developing this area at Academy and College. Parking is what we'll probably try to look at next to enhance their parking. On the baseball softball complex, Owen Field Master Plan, looking at under the master plan, there's 47 acres out there, 27 acres for softball, and it would include improving the 3 existing fields, adding 3 new, and parking. And that's about a $5.7 million project. We broke it up into pieces. I'll show on the next slide, and it's partially funded, the 3 new fields, and then moved the Little League complex from the floodplain in Cottonwood Flats to out here and build 6 new Little League fields. And that's about a $4.8 million project, which is not funded, but we're looking for funding opportunities. On the phase 1, we did receive a $1 million Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. The state only got $5 million, and we got $1 million of it. So we had to scale our project. We couldn't ask for $5 million. So what we did is we scaled the project down to what we thought was competitive in order to get funding. We are waiting. Once they announce the grant, there's about 7-8 months of environmental review. It's got to go to the National Park System. It's got to go through SHPO. It's got to go through, so hopefully in the next couple months we'll get the green light so that we can actually start that project. And we have now started the process, and just like the video trying to recruit Buc-ee's, we're working on the drawings and a video to try to recruit sponsors for the 3 existing fields. And at our last meeting, we talked about rather than do 3, it might make more sense to do a alternate 2-field option and have additional parking. So we're exploring that, but we're currently putting our package together so that we can go visit with some potential sponsors. These haven't signed up yet. Those are just placeholders to give you an idea of what we're trying to do. The ADA, we did a self-evaluation plan, again, to address all the pedestrian ADAs in our downtown intersection corridors, $5 million, access and parks, $600,000, downtown. So at $100,000 a year, it's going to take a long time to do $6 million worth of ADA improvements. Now, some of those will be wrapped up into some of our street projects, but still, clearly, we have a long ways to go as far as meeting the ADA compliance with many of our areas downtown. Some special studies that were requested in our 2019 retreat. One, a Public Works Authority Utility Service Master Plan. So we have reviewed, of course, the last 8 weeks we've been doing detailed reports, having a workshop at 6 o'clock leading up to our regular meetings on these in more detail. But if we look at replacing our 55 miles of water lines that were built pre-1975, you're looking at over $31 million. The water tower maintenance we talked about on an earlier slide, $2 million. And the booster pump to increase, we have additional water capacity at our 3 water sources. We have more capacity at the water plant. The bottleneck is on our 24-inch raw water line that connects us from our 3 water sources in the plant. That doesn't bring in the amount of water the plant can produce. So we need to eventually, as our community grows and our demand grows, we need to put a booster pump on that 24-inch line. That's $1 million project. And then the spillway, another 1.8 million. And then if you look at the sewer lines, this is from a 2010 study. At that time we had about 6 miles of sewer lines that failed. That's about 7 million. And the prices were updated to 2021 replacement cost. And then poor rating on 16 miles. Of course, this study's 10 years ago, so you know those lines have continued to deteriorate, another 18 million. So just in our public works area, dealing with water and sewer, you're looking at a potential of $62 million worth of projects. Highland Park Pool, we looked at and visited with a firm that deals with swimming pools to build a new aquatic center that would accommodate about 500 patrons, have a zero depth entry, water slides, features that would be desired by our residents. You're looking at about 5.2. We talked to that pool company, engineering firm, and they thought that if you tried to put a slip liner in the pool, that it would probably not be a wise investment of your funds. You may get some additional years out of it, but if you look at the condition of the concrete, the piping and the age of it, they just felt that it's not, for the investment you're going to make, you wouldn't get the return on it. But we can look at other options as well, but this is at least one thing to put before you, or what it would cost to build a new aquatic center. Of course, that project's not funded. Ambulance service, at a recent meeting, Fire Chief Harlow proposed new EMS base rates and proposed going to a new billing contractor that would, we think, increase our funding, revenue collections, and a new FAR billing rate. And those will come forward to City Council for approval of ordinances to implement those. Of course, we are moving forward with the new billing contractor. Now, this is the 2020 retreat, or priorities from or 21 priorities from the 2020 retreat. Some of them were repeated. So you see I start with number 3 on infrastructure, or 1, 2, and 4 were carryovers, so I didn't repeat that in the slides. CDBG water line replacements, we did a project in 2019. We're in the process of this year there will be new applications, and City Council adopted a resolution authorizing us to submit an application to replace the 12-inch water line along Division from the water plant to Harrison Avenue. That is about a $900,000 project. We are applying for $300,000 in CDBG funds. That's about the max you could get from the CDBG program on a given year. And we anticipate we should get from the American Rescue Plan direct funding to the city of about $1.9 million. We anticipate that we will use roughly $600,000 of that on this project, and water lines is an eligible activity. We should get half of that money this calendar year and half of it next year. And so we will continue each opportunity we have, continue to apply for CDBG grants to do additional water line replacements and valves. More power access. Tinny has been working to upgrade power we have for special events and maybe for some other things, like if we do pop-up events for retailers. This one's at Wentz in Oklahoma. Second Harrison, Mineral Wells Park, and Bannerport. We'll continue to look at more upgrades as we identify demand. This is in Collinsville. I don't know that our Historic Preservation Commission will allow us to do that, but trying to promote a bicycle-friendly town, taking some of these boxes and doing wraps around them to make them a little more attractive may be something that we propose. Trails grants, we have Justin's running this program, but the Community Economic Resilience Initiative, it's a planning grant, there's no funding, but it's through the Association of Central Oklahoma Governments, AGCOG, and the Oklahoma University Institute of Quality Communities, and they're looking at what is commonly referred to as the elbow area, and do some planning there for maybe make us more competitive for future grants. And what we'd like to do is a series of trails in that area. A lot of this area is owned by the city. We do own all the street right-of-ways, and you can see we use that grid for this drawing. But there is some private owned property. The thought process is not only for this, but Oklahoma University Institute for Quality Communities have thought that this might be a model that could be used all over the state. And so you would have markers and you could go to different areas, not only just in the elbow, but in downtown. And you, with your phone, you could click and it would come up and tell you what used to be there and the history of that site, which would be pretty neat for walking tours. And then we like to get a series of trails so that when we did a 5K run, we would have an opportunity to do that without having to have overtime for police officers to block off the vision. This would be a safe environment to do that. We'd like to eventually tie Banner Park, the Cottonwood Flats area, this all area, using 5th Street tied into downtown to have bicycle walking trails for that area. This is the first step of some planning to maybe put us in position to apply for some future grants. Economic development. Some of the things that we have sent out to the City Council over the last few months that we're hoping to get some feedback today on. This is pop-up shops from Carlton Landing. They could be similar to the two snow cones shacks if that makes it more acceptable to the Historic Planning Commission. We could use city parking lots or Mineral Wells Park or other locations. We've talked about maybe doing a first Saturday in Guthrie to have these pop-up shops. Could be open every Saturday if they become popular. what we would hope is that some of our artisans in town that make products would have an opportunity, a marketplace to sell those, that eventually some of these could grow into actually brick and mortar locations over time. Some other ideals, meet me in the alley, dress up some of our alleys to, be careful, Chris. They're coming to get you. Dress up some of our alleys for dining opportunities or special events. Other retail uses to consider, food truck courts in parks in downtown. Look at shipping containers for retail and office space. And we're not talking about just setting a shipping container down and opening. We're talking about renovations to them that would make them attractive, tiny homes, and other trends. And our thoughts are that at least initially these things would be approved for through a special use permit. For example, a shipping container retail space might not be appropriate everywhere in town, but they could apply for a special use permit so they could go through a review process. And if it's determined that that location was a good location, then it could be approved through the Planning Commission and the City Council. Another one is explore accessory community or commercial units. We're in specific residential areas that are in transition. You could do, I'm sorry, hit the wrong button. You could do extensions of residential, either like in a lot of larger communities you go to, you'll have the main streets, and then off of the main street where it used to be residential, you'll see where artisans have shops. It may be the first floor and they live on the second floor. It may be first front of the house is retail and then they live in the back. Some of them make their living doing that. There could be opportunities, again, through the special use permit to look at approving these. And then small scale micro manufacturing in some of our downtown areas where you have somebody, a kind of an example of this is the Pollard's Gourmet Grocery and Gentleman Jerky. They make jerky in the back, sell it online. From what they say, the majority of their business is online. It's not selling it at the store location. Same way with Cleveland Company, they make their candles there in the store. So you could have a retail space in the front and manufacturing in the back so that on small batches you could sell as a retailer on the street level, but then you could make products to sell through online opportunities or to other retailers. Some examples of that would be things like jewelry making, bread, toys, spice manufacturing. So things that would not generate a lot of noise, be limited to the number of workers, would not create anything offensive to the next door retailers. So here's the first opportunity for you to give us some yes and no's. And Rebecca has a process set up to do that.
Okay, so Aaron, could you log into that site that I gave you? So we're going to use a polling tool that you'll use via your phone. So if you'll open your phone and scan the QR code, it's going to take you to the polling website. So we'll have real-time polling, and then we'll be able to save all the information and download the results.
And we're limited to city council.
Yes, just to city council members. So you can just open your camera, scan that. It should up top say open Safari probably. If you'll open that up. Oh, sorry, I didn't know it was right there, Aaron. I could have done that.
Just council members.
Just council
City
members,
council.
yeah. Everybody getting on?
Is it
MENTI, METER. Did you get it?
Not online. We gotta be online here.
Okay, yep, you're in the right place, so if you'll hold on to that. So you're on, do you have Wi-Fi?
You on airplane mode? No.
Okay, so he's got it. Did you get it?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
You want us to do it, right?
Yeah, I was gonna wait till but as long as you're in there, that's good. Did that work?
It's all new to me.
That's all right. It's new to everybody. I don't think anybody's used it. So. I mean, I have, but I don't. Oh, you're scanning?
I'm scanning it right away. Mine did too.
Okay, if it's easier, you can just go via the browser and open menti.com.
Must have an iPhone. I'm just teasing.
That's so weird, because James, you didn't have any problem, right? Okay, you're in. So if you want to hit yes and no on those or rate those, so did you? Okay, you got it. Okay, you're in the right place. So while Aaron's getting that logged in, for those of you that are in, this is a rating scale. If you'll rate 1 being don't really support the idea, up to 5 strongly support the idea. Again, this is just to go research. If you'll put in where you feel on the scale and then hit submit, and we'll see the results here. Okay, perfect. And go to Guthrie City Council. Okay, so we show that 2 of you all have already submitted, and so far we've got 5. And so you see we've got real-time polling going where we are with the initiatives. Tracy, did you get in? Okay. The good news is once you're in, we'll use this throughout the day, so you won't have to log in each time.
What we'll do is just refresh it. Right?
Yeah, when I change a slide, it'll automatically change a slide for you.
And again, this is not an official vote. This is just expressing to us your support level so we know which ones to concentrate as Dan and I work on updating the code to try to accommodate these things if you're supportive.
One more, it looks like he's logging in. There we go, looks like I think we've got all 6 of you. Perfect. So what you're looking at, so this is the average score for each one in the bubble, but then the shaded area kind of shows you where people fall. So few more vote on this one, for example, few more votes down in this area and a couple on the end is how we get that average. Does that make sense? So again, we'll kind of capture this. As Leroy said, this gives them just an idea of what ones to pursue and follow up with. Comments, thoughts on some of these as you listen to Leroy talk about them? Anything? All right, well, we've captured this data.
I would assume anything that's a 4 or above has a reasonable amount of support. Mm-hmm. And the ones that have less than 4, we need to have more discussion on. But the ones that are 4 above, clearly, as we look at updating the zoning codes, we will.
And maybe you should have mentioned, with the exception of one of them, I've already written the code for most all of that. But we can have discussions later on, because I think there's some elements in there that if once we have the discussions, it's more understood what the intent and ultimately what the end goal would be and its benefits and that. So I think that will help a lot, especially like accessory commercial units in that. It's a fairly new concept and not a lot of places do it, so I don't think there's a lot of understanding of what that would be and what it would look like. So we can have those discussions, obviously.
Thanks. Go back to the PowerPoint.
And if you'll leave that up so we can go back to it. Yeah, so just pull it up and.
Okay. You want me to advance or you want to just go to that slide?
Page 39. You didn't want to start over?
You all don't want me to start over. Okay. Film industry, working with the Chamber of Commerce and Meridian Tech, we received a $100,000 grant from the Oklahoma Office of Workforce Development, and collectively with the lead of Meridian Tech, the first Capitol Film Crew Institute will be housed at the Meridian Tech Guthrie campus. Since that time, my understanding, Meridian has also received another $136,000 grant for film equipment. So that project is ongoing. I can tell you, based on our experience, we have films that want to come to Oklahoma that they have to schedule around other films. They may want to start shooting in September, but there's only so many quality crews. And so they'll, once they know, well, these two are shooting, well, maybe I'll have to put mine off till January. So there's more demand than there are film crews. Right now, and I'm sure they won't all happen, but right now we got 5 movies that want to start filming in Guthrie in October at the same time. So that will present, they won't all be on the same street at the same time, but potentially we could have 5 movies, all different size budgets. To go along with that, we've talked about a sound stage, and we're looking at 8.5 acres. We went through this in more detail in our presentation at our workshop. And this site is, of course, conveniently located adjacent to Meridian Tech, so that it's handy. The soundstage would serve a dual purpose for commercial filming, recording, post-editing, and then as a hands-on student lab training facility for the Film Institute. And our thoughts are, when it's being used for commercial filming, a lot of those students will actually be doing intern work with the movie company, and that would be part of their education, just like lab work. The new tax credits for filming, you get additional credits for filming in a small community our size. You get additional credits if you film 25% of your film in a qualified studio. So we can combine those and actually offer more tax credits than, say, Oklahoma City, because they won't get the credits for filming in a small town. You can get credits for filming multiple times in the same town. We have some film companies that have done 4 movies here already, so they will get extra credit for that. We've also looked at setting it up where you can work under the auspices of a film company and take credit for doing multiple films because you're doing it under that film company. So we're trying to be creative. Right now, they are still finalizing the minimum standards for Oklahoma Certified Soundstage. We know it has to be at least 7,500 square feet. Today's the deadline for architects to submit, so we have an architect with expertise in this area to work with us to develop this project. We are also looking at opportunities to maybe do something on an interim basis, because even if we get this funded, you're still looking at a year and a half, 2 years before you have it. We're looking at other locations like the Armory. What would it take to make the Armory a temporary certified site? So we're exploring those opportunities, and we have some investors that may be willing to invest some dollars. Quality of life, Liberty Lake Trail project. Quite frankly, with our limited resources, the two lakes are tremendous assets for our community, and they have so much more potential. But when you look at all the other projects we have and demands for resources, we really don't have a dedicated source to make significant improvements to the lakes to make them more than what they are today. We have Justin and others have worked with the trail groups to work with volunteers to make some improvements. But until we have resources to invest substantial dollars, it will lag behind. But truly, those are tremendous future resources for us to develop. I do have one employee and his family that thinks by having everybody call my office or email me every time stick is across the road, will get it a higher priority, but I think they'll find that's not the process and that doesn't work. Highland Hall, out of our CARES Act money, we used part of it for purchasing a fire truck or an ambulance. I can't remember. Fire truck went. But the balance of that, $476,000, we're going to invest, and we're trying to finish up the drawings to put it out for bids. But 3 areas, we're going to improve the staff area, kitchen area, and have a warming kitchen for people that use it for special events, and the off hours from the nutrition site on weekends, and the restrooms. So we are moving forward with improvements to that facility. And that's kind of report on what you prioritized in our meeting in 19 and 20, what we've accomplished and where we're at on projects. I'd be glad for any of us to entertain questions. You might pull up the next presentation. Any questions? Hopefully, thank you. Hopefully you see that we have listened to you and tried to implement your priorities.
I do have one question. It's not really a question. Yeah, I guess it is. The Meet Us in the Alley concept.
Yes.
Where are you thinking about trying to use that?
Downtown, of course, and we would start with one. Issues that we'll probably run into is the number of utilities in the alley and how do we address those. But we've already seen between Division and First in Oklahoma and Harrison, that alley has been used for sidewalk sales by the vendors back there. But it's becoming more and more popular to, there's a seat right here if you want it. The outdoor dining is becoming more and more popular, especially with COVID, being outside, having restaurants be able to extend their seating to part of the alley, those kind of things. But downtown areas, but our challenge will probably be working around the utilities in the alley. This is just an editorial comment. I relay this to when you row a boat using one oar on one side only, if you've seen that on TV, you just go in a circle. Same way with investing in a community. If we only focus on one area, and clearly, when you look at the fact you got $60 million you can spend on water and sewer, well, we could just say, let's do water and sewer and let's don't do anything else. What I recommend is a balanced approach, and we move the whole community forward. And so as we budget and look at things, of course, basic core city services, we have to maintain quality services, maintaining our stabilization reserves. Sales tax is very volatile. It goes up and down. Being able to have a reserve so that when there is a valley and sales tax goes down, we can shave that peak and sustain ourselves until sales tax revenue goes back up. Deferred maintenance, clearly we've got to come up with a format to start addressing our deferred maintenance on our utilities especially. Placemaking, community development, the reason we're growing is because we're making ourselves a more attractive community. Some things we're not directly related to that we need to be supportive of course, is the school system. Schools is probably the number one issue that people consider when they decide where to locate. Healthcare is important, but then beyond that, things like parks and walking trails and disc golf, splash pads, things that make us a community of downtown restaurants that people want to live, work, and play. And then economic development, of course, if we don't continue to invest and try to grow our economic or sales tax base, we won't get where we need to be. And then grant opportunities. Hopefully you have noticed in the last couple of years, we are getting better and better at identifying grant opportunities to take our money, leverage outside money, and make our local money go further. So that's just a quick editorial, and I hope that we continue to look at having a balanced approach on how we use our money to move all of these elements forward rather than just concentrate on one. We're ready for the next one. You skipped one ahead on me. Should be the economic development projects. Okay, thanks. Last year, EDA had $1 billion in CARES Act. Now they have $3 billion in American Rescue Plan funding, and that's in addition to their traditional revenue. We identified 4 projects, and at a previous council meeting, of course, we identified the 77-acre industrial park as our first priority, and we projected applying for a $4 million EDA grant with $1 million local match. And if you look at below, we actually budgeted out of the CIP $4.4 million to do the industrial park, 100% local financing. But if we can get 80% of it paid for by EDA grant, then that frees up money to provide match for these other projects. And as indicated earlier, Allison's here with Emblem, and that's the group that's helping us prepare these applications. The second priority was the film soundstage. Third was the Regional Airport Business Park, and number 4 was to add to revolving loan fund to add dollars to what the Logan County Economic Development has right now, just add more money to that loan pool through the city. We've already went over this in another side where we are as far as the industrial park, and $4.3 million estimate. We will update that, of course, for the application. We've talked about the First Capital Film Crew and the soundstage. On the airport, we are in the process right now of relocating and widening this parallel taxiway. And then we're looking for, of course, the site for the soundstage, and then a future airport business park, roughly 72 acres. And the concept at this point, we're not sure how many applications we can get funded this round. We would do 1 and 2. Number 3, the airport business park, we would get to the point to have plans in hand so that when an opportunity presented itself, we would be ready to apply. And then we've not worked much on number 4, but as part of this project, we have already started because the land become available. We also want to look at building a new terminal at some point at the airport, a state-of-the-art airport for the business community. Many times is the front door of the community. There's about $500,000 available through the Oklahoma Aeronautics Commission, and then the rest of it would be local money. Bear in mind, as long as we continue to have the partnership with Edmond, they pay half, we pay half of any local investment. We did purchase part of our Damon Wild's property as part of this 72 acres. And we purchased 40 acres from Mr. Wild's, and that was approved at a recent Economic Development Authority. Revolving loan fund, it's number 4 until we see that we have an opportunity to get multiple grants. We really haven't done a lot of work on that one yet. So that's kind of the 4 economic development projects. Rebecca has it set up to confirm those priorities if you want, but if everybody agrees that those are still the priorities, we won't need to go through that, but we can reconfirm it if you want.
Do you all feel those are still priorities?
I think they pretty much reflect,
Okay.
at least from my perspective.
Do we need to have a poll or?
Okay, are we still good?
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so we won't do that poll. Community project should be next. I'm sorry. Owens Field Sports Complex, so it'll pop up. There we go. Some of these we've already talked about, but again, we talked about the sports complex earlier, so I won't go through that in detail. We talked about Highland Hall and what we're doing there. We touched on the cost of a swimming pool. The last one, as we continue to grow, if you look at the area we annexed in housing developments, we continue to put more and more pressure to the south as far as demands on fire and EMS. And at some point, we're going to have to look at, if you look at how large our EMS district, the number of calls, we're going to have to look at a second station. Don't know where that falls in the priorities today, but when we look at, hopefully, as a result of today, we're looking at a 12-month plan we're looking at a 5 or 10-year plan, and some of these things we need to start making sure we have in the next 10 years. I'll be in the old folks home when 10 years is up, but somebody will be here. And we need a plan of, these are things we need to get done in our community if we want the community to be the quality community that we desire. So that's it on that.
Will that old folks home be in Guthrie?
I hope so. I've given my wife a list of amenities I like, you know, a window view I like. I think Chapel's already started building it. Just a quick overview of housing subdivisions. Of course, this slide just shows you the myriad of things that a subdivision has to go through from the time that the concept to actually start approving the final plat. But Mission Hills, 2 subdivisions, 307 residential lots in that subdivision. I believe their first plat is coming to the city council on.
They've submitted it, and so it's still under review. It's about 70 lots of the.
So they're going to do it in stages. Their first stage will be, we did a plan unit development, setting the guidelines they could follow as far as setbacks with the lots, streets. Now they have to do a plat, and they will do it in multiple stages. And as Dan indicated, phase 1 plat will be for about 70 of those houses. Guthrie Farm subdivision, 388 lots. Meadow Ridge subdivision, down by Seward and Coltrane, 104 lots. And then Pine and Hillcrest, that has recently been rezoned for another housing subdivision. They've not done a preliminary plat yet. So clearly, we're going to see new housing starts in Guthrie. And not only are we going to see the county grow, but we're going to see inside the city limits grow in the number of housing, rooftops. And then in addition to this, the number of existing structures that are being renovated and modernized is just overwhelming. If you look at, just drive around and see all the infill houses being built and houses being remodeled. That was just to show you that. We can go on to.
There are a question.
Yes.
When you talk on the economic development arena for bringing in, let's say, restaurants, chain restaurant or box store or whatever, are there certain levels of rooftops that they're looking at for different size facilities?
Absolutely. And every one of them is different, and it's a moving target. But for example, Aldi's. We've talked to Aldi's multiple times, and every time we get back from them, when you get 100,000 in population, call us back. So yes, and so our thing that we have to overcome is a couple things. One, we're more than a town of 12,000. When you look at the county and the population within a 10 or 12 mile area, our population is more than 12,000. You look at Langston University. You look at the number of visitors that the Lazy brings in. So we have to sell our story that we're more than just that 12,000 when you pull up the population. Number 2, is when you look at our social economic status characteristics and you look at the makeup of income ranges in our community. If you go 15 miles down the road and go put your business in retail business in a community where income's twice as much as our average household income, you got twice the population or 3 times the population. Where would you put your store? So we have that issue to deal with. So there's challenges to us as to telling our story in a way that makes us attractive. Now, there are some benchmarks that help. I know that, for example, when I was in McAllister, when we got a Chili's, well, that spoke more to a lot of retailers than our population. Well, if a Chili's can be successful, it'll work for us. Getting Starbucks, I know people have some yay, some nay, but having a Starbucks is a flagship. And that will speak to some people, oh, they got a Starbucks. So at each entity we add that's a flagship will help. But it's up to us to sell our story in a way that we're more than a town of 12,000. Just an overview of the infrastructure needs. We talked about water and sewer, and that's 62 million. Then if you look at full depth replacement, if we want to do Seward Road and 19th Street, and on Seward Road do the 2 bridges, add those in, 3 million and a little over 3 million. You're looking at a $12 million project to do those 2 roads. Bridge replacement, the other remaining 9 bridges, you're looking at 9 million. Add in the ADA we talked about earlier, that's 6 million. We could do $90 million worth of projects. Back in 16, when we passed the 3/4 cent sales tax and we were going to generate about $15 million, we thought we hit the jackpot. Well, no, we didn't. I mean, it's a start, but we got a long ways to go. That's the only slide. I just wanted to recap what our infrastructure needs were. Do we want to take a short?
You know, you've presented a lot of the things that, opportunities that we have. You presented some of the things that we've already accomplished, and I know that that's going to be some more presentation on that, as well as the important, or one of the critical elements, obviously, is having the money to do that. How do we best communicate that to 12,000 people? How do we best communicate that to the citizens?
We're going to have the mayor go door to door.
Well,
I don't know. I mean, our residents
that slide
have
right
to be.
there showing $90 million just in infrastructure, which isn't sexy stuff, but has to be done at some point.
Not only the cost, but I think if, you know, the slides that show the condition of our water utility mains and what they actually look like with all the sediment, and that's why when we have a water leak and it stirs that up, it's still safe to drink, but you get odor from the chemicals that and the minerals that have settled over the last 30 years in those lines. Some of them are as old as 1920. You get odor, you get discoloration. That's not going to go away until you replace the lines. You can't flush that out. So I think education, or probably a better word, public awareness of the condition of our utilities and what that means to quality of life. And is that the quality of life you want? Or do you want better quality water? Doesn't matter how good the water is you put out of a water plant, if you're putting it through trash lines, it's going to affect the quality of it as far as taste and odor and smell, even though it's safe to drink.
Well, and talking about what the mayor's talking about, Oklahoma City's invested a tremendous amount of money in their infrastructure and rebuilding their city, and they're seeing a heck of a great influx of people.
Yes.
Now, people are coming to it, and we'll get the same thing.
Yes.
So, I mean, it makes just as much sense for us to do it as it did for Oklahoma City.
Absolutely. We try to use social media to get the word out. We cover all our meetings. both on Channel 20 and live stream. I think Shonda, Justin, city staff with our website and our social media, we put a lot of information out. We get good coverage from local news media, both print and internet. But there has to be engagement. Look how many people go vote. That's the reflection of the engagement. And so you can put out all the information in the world, but if your community's not engaged, I've seen times you talk about something at 7 or 8 meetings, it's been in the news media, it's been on social media, and somebody, well, I've never heard about that. Why didn't you tell me you will do that? Well, you know, we've told you 100 times. You just weren't paying attention. You know, when it's a crisis or something negative, it's amazing how much attention those get. So I don't know the answer, but I think it comes back to engagement. Community's got to be engaged. I don't know that I give you a very good answer. But otherwise, you know, door to door.
Well, I mean, there's great excitement, exciting opportunities that we have, but it all comes with a cost. You all are doing great in leveraging money with grants and Allison, is it Alice? Helping back there, but I was with a couple people this week that are citizens. Had no idea of some of the cost of things that have to be done, and it was a real eye opener for them. And it was a aha moment, but that aha moment needs to be, as you say, with engagement of all of the citizens, or as many as we can.
But I think that comes back to that's our responsibility. Those people
It
in your
is.
sphere of influence, you need to educate them. The people that are in Brian's or mine or Jim's or Jeff's, anybody else's sphere of influence that's willing to listen, it's our responsibility to educate them.
Absolutely. You're right.
If you want, we could take a 10-minute break and then come back.
Sure. We're gonna eat. What time is lunch?
At noon.
Okay, and we need to fill these out. Why don't you fill that out right now?
They be ready or anything?
I'm sorry.
So let's take a break and fill out our lunch order.
Yeah.
Capital equipment needs by department. We had a workshop recently where all the departments made a presentation to you, showed what this equipment would replace and the need for it. So today we simply have a spreadsheet that has everything listed on it that was on the presentation at the workshop. I did notice that under PD and HR, it both says upgrade the security system at City Hall. I'd be interested to see if you all, when we vote the same way on both of those. I think that's the only repeat. But we're going to go through these just like we did on the process on pop-up shops. And our moderator, our super duper moderator, has this all set up, and she's going to do the same process with the equipment needs. She has some printouts if anybody needs a hard copy of this. If you don't have it up on your iPad, she's got one for you. So I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca and let her walk us through this polling process.
Okay, so is everybody back on the Mentimeter?
One thing before you do that. If a department suggests something and it's rated low, you're not saying they don't need it. What you're saying is, given where we're at with the resources we have today, that's what you're setting a priority. So something may be needed, but it's not something that you think has a higher priority than something else. You're not saying, no, that's not needed.
Right, so your choices that you pull up now will be, it'll be a 1 for no, a 2 for yes, but you can also skip an item. So if you are unsure, and I'm going to move this just so you can, everybody can see the results. We put them over here to make it a little easier. So if you're unsure, you can skip that item. But is everybody seeing these three? We're going to go by categories. Again, you've got some of the numbers up there as you go through it, but you'll pick your yes, you want that, let's go ahead and do that now. No, again, like Leroy said, isn't a no, it's just maybe not right now. Or you're unsure, you can skip that item, hit submit, and then our votes will come in.
Let me ask a quick question, because you have multiple, maybe I missed it. So you got the street sweeper, the International, Timco, and the Model 600 all on the same line, so we're just going whether we agree with all of that?
So you'll rate, you're going to go a yes or no on each of the 3 items. So did yours not pop up like this over here?
No, mine popped up as one thing. Let me show you.
Yeah, I'll show you.
Mine's popping up as one item.
Okay, so it's the street sweeper, this is the model, that's one item, so you'll go no or yes.
Okay,
the
so all
Bobcat's
one
no or
item.
yes.
Okay,
Yeah, so the first one is a single item. I
Okay.
see what you're asking now.
Okay.
So basically, each of the lines that you are seeing are these.
Right,
Okay.
I got it.
And again, we'll capture all this data. It'll go back then to Leroy and the staff to figure out.
We're at 6.
Okay, so we'll move to the next one.
And if you have any follow-up questions before you respond, we can have the department head answer any questions you might have.
Be sure to hit submit on the bottom. That'll trigger it to go into our account. Even if you're unsure, I'm still missing one. There we go. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Parks and Grounds. Again, if you have any questions, please be sure to ask.
So that mower's not the right model now?
No. No. That's just a sample.
Representative of the right one.
I get it.
Since we already bought the mowers, I hope y'all put them in.
I think everybody likes it.
You want to take this out when you want to go?
Oh, sure. Just trying to get my little workout in, bend over. Oh, it's a Mac one. What am I clicking?
I don't say Just click up here.
Okay. All right.
You have to put it on the podium. You have to put it on the podium and do it.
Oh, okay. There we go. Well, this is an easy one. Just one.
Does that mean we can get rid of the bucket over Teddy's head?
Still waiting on one more.
He quit wearing that umbrella hat.
Somebody still, oh, there we go. I feel like we need background music or something. Game show music. All right, the next one.
Remind me why we're doing the roll-off truck?
Roll-off truck is, will be utilized to move our new sludge box designs that we have.
And the roll-off truck may pay for itself, if I remember your presentation right.
Do what?
Right now,
we need to do the roll-off.
We have to pay Waste Connection if we don't have the roll-off truck.
Correct.
So what we may be able to do is, in lieu of paying Waste Connection, use that same revenue stream to lease purchase the roll-off truck. And it'll be a wash. Won't cost us any more, but we'll be doing it ourselves until it's paid.
Doesn't like me. Oh.
Sorry. Yes.
We've come a long way from having to put marks on flip charts and sticky dots on stuff. Okay, everybody's in. We'll go to the next one. Stop. Well,
Hydro stop valve machine is so that we can do the water valves without killing the water, right?
Yes.
Tim, are you advancing that?
I'm sorry.
Oh, somebody's advancing that to tab it up.
That street sweeper come up South Division. Some of that gravel.
what am I doing, Aaron? Here we go.
Steve, you know how to do that? Steve, you figuring that out?
Still back on the first one.
All right.
Now, this next one is for planning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basic wants it all. But it makes sense.
Yes, it's on the bottom one's not.
Yeah.
There we go. Everybody's in. Wow. To the airport. right.
Justin's in Arizona at a funeral.
Where?
At a funeral, he said if he didn't get the golf cart, he's not coming back.
It's a pedal cart, isn't it?
I believe so.
I don't remember the branded tents.
That's just tents you set up for
Well, I know what they
special
are, but is
events.
it Guthrie branded? Is that what?
Well, to be determined. They could say, what's the name of your company?
Westel?
Could have that name on it.
Yeah.
You too could sponsor a pop-up tent.
Everybody wants them to have the golf cart. As a city, we don't have a golf cart, do we?
I don't believe we did.
I thought the police had one, no?
I think those are on loaner, aren't they, Chief?
Yes.
We probably need one anyway.
We're waiting on one more to come through. Sometimes it's your service, phone service, and there we go. So that's why we have a little bit of a delay occasionally. Police department, we're almost done. We're going to be in our last three.
I don't remember. How bad is the surveillance at City Hall? Is it pretty bad?
Yes, we don't have, we have next to no coverage, and I'd say half of the ones that we have in now don't work. Stop by dispatch sometime.
Oh, well. Eric, what was wrong with your door lock system? I don't remember. It was pretty bad.
It's the original from '04, and you can't get parts for it.
Yeah.
Half of it wasn't working.
And our last one for equipment. think everybody's voted. I'll turn it back over to Leland.
Well, congratulations, in addition to the 90 million we're already talking about.
50 million on top.
Now we're getting close to 100 million. So by the end of the day, we'll need 100 million. A couple comments on equipment. Some of them that you rank lower than others, it may be because city staff and myself have not done an adequate job of informing you of the need. So some of them that we think maybe we didn't do a good job on, we may come back to you with more supplemental information, say, hey, here's why. That's it, like the radios for police. We'll have a choice. By 2023, we have to have those updated.
Yeah.
So something, 25. So some of those kind of things. And then the other thing, caveat, if we identify a grant source to pay for something and we can get 75% of it paid for, then that may change the rating on it as well. Okay. Our moderator will have us vote on these, but I thought first we would go through the various opportunities to enhance revenue. At our earlier workshop, we talked about our waste connection cost versus what we charge for garbage. And if we had stayed up with the same margin, and it takes money to run a city, and cities make money on their garbage utility, if we'd have kept the same pace, rather than let our margin decrease, where we haven't raised our rates since 2006, we would be making $152,000 more a year. And garbage fees are currently $13.24, and we'd be talking about going to $14.65. Kim, am I reading that correctly?
Yeah.
So you're talking about going up $1 something, and it would generate $152,000 to help pay for some of these projects that we've been talking about today.
So can I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
Is there time for that? Just
Yes. Yes.
All right, so Waste Connections, they've been with us forever,
Correct.
it seems. And that 156,000, how much have they increased us dollar-wise? I know percent-wise, but dollar-wise over the course of their term being with us? Because my position on it is we go back to Waste Connections and we have them eat some of this to increase our margin.
You can see, I don't have their rates, but here's our expenditures.
Because the last thing they want is for us to put this out to bid. I think they'd reduce it. They'd be crazy not to, which would increase our margin. But that's just my opinion.
And then percentage-wise, I believe this is their monthly rate they charge us, Kim. So you can see percentage-wise, they've not gone up very much. So their increases aren't been dramatic. But yes, I mean, we can negotiate with them, but they're not going to give all 156,000.
No, but it might make a
Correct.
difference. It's,
Correct.
time to give a little payback.
Correct. And that's something we could do. And this just shows our garbage rates versus other communities at the present time, as a reminder. Convenience center, when we pay for manpower in our equipment, some other costs that's not on this sheet, we're actually probably losing money at the convenience center. Motel tax for what we're proposing for sports fields, Right now, we're at 4%. You can see what the other communities are. My understanding, Stillwater's looking to go to 6. Edmond's looking at going to 6. So when you see things like this, that's a static picture of where they were at this time. It doesn't show you where they may be going the next 6 months or what they're thinking about going. So you got to remember these things are in play. This is just a static picture, but our understanding, Stillwater's looking at going to 6 in Edmond, and there may be some other communities. But if we, tournications is a big thing, and we think that it will generate more business for our motels by investing in improving and maintaining our sports facilities. Our sales tax, of course, was down, or our motel tax was down during the pandemic, but it looks like it's recovering. And this shows you the additional revenue that would be generated if you took all of the increases and earmarked it for sports fields. If you went to 5%, my angle's bad. 5%, it would generate roughly $50,000 a year for maintenance and improvements to sports field. If you went to 6, $102,000 annually, based on our last 3 years' history before the pandemic. And then, of course, 8%, it would be $200,000. Public safety protection district, we can go up to 5 mills. This would take a vote. Motel tax increase would take a vote of the people. This one would take a vote of the people. And if we proposed, it would only be property inside the city limits. It would be limited to uses for fire, police, and EMS. My proposal would be that we use it for equipment, not manpower, but earmark it for equipment so that we can maintain our equipment better and have a replacement schedule.
So all those other homes are put in, it would
Yes.
jump dramatically.
Yes. Got to have a supermajority, 60% yes vote. Agriculture and industry are exempt, so it'd just be residential. It appears on our analysis it would generate about $247,000 a year. So if you split that, you could save a few years and get an ambulance or, a fire truck, and then half of it could go towards replacing police equipment annually. So we don't want to get a situation where we have to replace 10 police cars the same year again. And on a $100,000 home, 5 mills would increase the property tax $55 a year. So would people be willing to put in $50, $100 a year, depending on the value of your home, for police and fire equipment?
You mentioned your suggestion is just in the equipment area. What about the potential of using this kind of resource base for a second fire station?
It could, and that would be a capital improvement type thing. We'd write it capital equipment, capital improvements. But you're going to have to wait a number of years before it would generate enough money for a second fire station. Fire building weight structure, Eric went over that. I'm sure he'd be glad to go into more detail. EMS billing is the way, and then water and sewer rate structure. The full chart is from the 2021 OML. Of course, that's their 2021 report. So that's probably, if I remember, rates from 2019. It's a couple of years. The actual rates, by the time they get in a report. But if you look at water consumption, Guthrie, for 5,000 gallons, we're at $38. For 10,000 gallons, $81. And you can see the average cost is $37 and $63. But if you look at Stillwater, Perry, and Edmond, we're not that far difference. on water rates. And then, and the full sheet of everybody is in your packet. And then, sir, you can see where we're at based on the 2021 OML report. Look at Edmond. They built a $100 million or more wastewater treatment plant, and look at their surcharge compared to ours. And we're just now in the process of building a $20 million. So gives you some comparison to other communities. Some of the communities on this list, like I say, that's static. We don't know who's going to build. DEQ's forcing to build a new water treatment plant. I know Tishomingo just voted a couple of days ago on a new wastewater treatment plant, on whether they were going to fund it with sales tax versus a utility rate increase, and the sales tax failed. So they're going to do a utility rate increase, and they're under a DEQ order that they have to build a new plant. They don't have a choice. So some of these things, when you look at rates, you got to remember that that's a static picture. It's constantly changing depending on where people are in the process of having to update their wastewater treatment plants. Another option is general obligation bonds. Cities, we can't have property taxes for operations, but we can do a GO bond for capital improvements. So for example, we looked at Sooner and 19th Street. We could do a GO bond, and it would just be on property inside the city limits, but we could do a GO bond to fund that project over like a 10-year period, and then we'd go off when it's paid for. Or you could do a GO bond to build the second fire station, and it'd take a vote of the people. But if you look at $250,000 a year on 5 mills, $100 on someone's house, or $50 wasn't it, on someone's house, 100,000. Would our community be supportive to use GO bonds, property taxes, to fund some of these major capital improvements? And a lot of cities do that. Stillwater does GO bonds. So that's kind of a rundown of some of the potential revenue enhancements that we could explore. And so what we need to know from you all today is where you're at on things that you might be receptive to us doing further exploration. If you're supportive of us looking at water and sewer rate increases to fund the $60 million of improvements to address the deferred maintenance on our sewer and water. Of course, we'd have to do a significant study on rate structure and those kind of things and go through a process. But what we need to know today is if you're receptive. If you're not receptive, there's no need of spending time and money doing that rate structure to come up with a funding proposal.
Does our sewers on the South Division stop at like right at South Point Veterinarian for those apartment complexes? Is that the...
Tenny, you might be better.
The sewer on South Division, it stops right there at where the apartments are, right at South Point Veterinarian? Is that where it is?
At that lift station,
Yeah,
yes.
that lift station right there? And that's it? That's as far south as it goes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it is now, yeah. Mission
Your
Hills
turn.
is-
Mission Hills.
Mission Hills would be the southern,
Yeah.
most southern
Southern.
point.
Yeah,
there-
which
is there
that's
any-
true. Mission Hills would be the southern, they're actually further south, right?
It seems to me like the hotel motel tax, I don't see why we don't try to max that thing out. I don't understand why we would be low at all.
Yeah,
What's the benefit in us having a low tax rate? It's not like people get online and say, he's got the lowest tax rate, we'll stay there.
There's not, other than the bed and breakfast, you know, they kind of argue the opposite of that point. But,
Well, what's their argument?
no, I'm with you.
Well, I can, because I come from a hotel sales background, sometimes it can limit the groups you're attracting. So if you are trying to attract larger groups, sometimes higher hotel tax rates can defer a group because it impacts their room rate for their participants. So if you're larger
You know, you're the
group.
moderator.
Yeah.
And we have a saying where we are, we stay in your lane.
Okay. But, so, that's the only argument that you'll hear.
And that's a good point.
I mean,
because-
I'm just saying, it just point of information, sorry.
But as an individual, you never look at the tax rate before you.
No, as a single
There is
traveler.
a balance, but there's been a lot of studies that the motel tax has very negligent impact on motel rooms.
Yeah.
There are exceptions, as she pointed out. Small markets, sometimes it makes a difference. Small motels. So it does have to take in consideration. But today, we're not asking you, do we go for 6, 7, or 8%? Today, we just want to know, are you receptive to increasing the motel tax so that we have more funds to put in maintenance and improvements to sports fields, not to set them out.
So the
If you're
understanding
supportive,
is
we'll come
Edmund's
back
moving
and-
to 6, right? Is
Yes,
what we think.
that's what they're planning to try to go to.
To answer his question and to combat her issue is that if we stay within that realm, then these
Correct.
associations aren't going to have an option anyway. They're going to choose what's closest to the event.
So we will go through a process to determine which percent we recommend to go to a vote for. Today is, are you all receptive to an increase to support the athletic fields, sports fields, not to necessarily set the amount we would go for. I'll just give you a hard time. Welcome. Welcome to the group.
So you've got the votes there on your phone. Just waiting on one more to come through. Okay, great. That's very helpful information then for the team to know what to pursue or get you more information on.
And I might point out, since Councilman Channel could not be here today, we'll probably get him to weigh in on this as well. So then when we come back with the feedback, we'll have all 7 councilmen.
He texted, he's going to be here in just a little bit.
Yeah, but we've already done this, so
yeah.
we'll set a time and go back through with him to add his input into this. So when you get the final report, all 7 council members will have the time to weigh in. Okay, we're down to your all's discussion on setting priorities and budgets, how you gonna fund these things, and milestones that you want to talk about. So do we want to see when lunch might be ready and then have lunch And then, you wanna go check on that?
I told her around noon.
Yeah, I bet it's not gonna be anytime soon.
We're flying through.
We are. And we can go ahead and start it. How do you all want, because this is your time. You've kind of given us feedback on all these things. We went through the priorities from our meeting in 19 and 20. You know, do we want to stay the course? Are those are still our priorities that we want to move forward with? We've talked about priorities as far as EDA grants. And for some reason, I think we skipped one on funding opportunities. Did we do the overview of federal, state, and local funding? I think we skipped that one.
We talked about
I think we skipped this one. We talked about, of course, there's different ways to get funding. One of them is earmarking, what is now called community project funding. Our chances there are limited because larger projects, federal installations, but there's still an opportunity and we need to pursue that. And every year, Congress will now, until they change it, be earmarking money. So when they do appropriation bills, there's an opportunity to get a direct line item to fund. For example, our congressman put money in the budget to redo the terminal for the train station in Polk City. Well, there's an opportunity for us to keep advocating that he direct appropriate money for projects in our community. And so we will keep pushing that every budget year as we go forward. The Senate just recently, on July 10th, voted for a $1.2 trillion Infrastructure Investment in Jobs Act, and that will create money in all of these different pockets. It included $550 million for road, bridges, broadband, water systems, and trains. Mayor Holt has been actively advocating for this, and he thinks that the money for trains will fund the Amtrak extension from Wichita to Kansas City. Of course, the one that we're interested in is the one from Oklahoma City to Newton. It's interesting that he wants to go to Kansas City instead of going through here. And then there's another bill that will be discussed that's even bigger, $3.5 trillion, that involves things for child care, elder care, and other programs. That one is probably more political sized than even this one. But even road and bridges, 110 million. You have to remember that money will go to ODOT, some of it will go through ACOG. So it's a tremendous job just to know where all this money goes and what federal entity gets what part of that money. I sent a document to our congressional delegation, and one time I went to a grant workshop OML put on, spent a day, and in that entire day there was only one grant opportunity at that time for towns over 10,000. And what we find is many times we're caught in the middle. You know, if you're a large town, it seems like you get funding direct. If you're under 10,000, you're eligible for multiple federal programs. So about every other page in my presentation I sent to our congressional, don't put it in an entity that's limited to serving towns under 10,000. So it's important that they understand that if they let this money go to entities that limit themselves to serving communities under 10,000, again, we're going to be left out. So we're trying to do that. But we will track that money. It's just like the $3 billion EDA got. Well, they've divided it into all these different pockets. And so now we have to determine our industrial part. Which pocket do we apply for? And of course, they'll help us as we go through that process. The soundstage may be a different pocket of money. So it's not just as simple as sending in a grant to EDA. You got to know which one of these entities and write it towards the guidelines for those different funding. American Rescue Plan, of course, Oklahoma got $1.9 billion. They have created a legislative committee on how to distribute that. It's my understanding there's multiple ways being discussed. I was told by one committee member they may just do a formula and give it out based on a formula, so much based on population to the counties and cities. They may go through a process to select projects based on applications. That's not been determined quite yet to my knowledge. And once the legislative committee goes through their process, then it goes to the governor for final approval. You can see we do have a representative on that committee, and hopefully he will work with us and keep us informed on that process. There were some funds from the flood back in 2019 that went to the Department of Commerce. They got $36 million. Most of that money is geared towards Muskogee, Tulsa, and Sequoia counties, but there's still $7 million left to go to the other 17 counties. Department of Commerce has not come up with the final guidelines for those money, but they know we're waiting with bated breath to apply. And if it is an eligible item, we will try to apply for some of those funds to help pay for relocating the baseball fields. So those are just kind of, it's going to be a monumental task the next couple of years, just tracking where all these pockets of federal money goes. And I think we're getting better at that as a team. And I hope that the community and council member understand that we've got quite a team effort going. All of our department heads are involved in recognizing funding opportunities and putting together the right team to put together applications. That's going to be even more important over the next couple of years.
I think you guys have done an awesome job, I really do.
Thank you. And it's a team effort. There's not one of us that can stand up and say, I did all these things. It's truly, everything we're accomplishing in our community is a team effort, and I think our management team continues to get better each and every year. And then in 2024, when you get a real city manager, it'll even be better. Okay, now we're to item 14 to talk about economic development projects. There's not a PowerPoint for this one. Community improvement projects that we've talked about, infrastructure, capital equipment. You've been polled on several of these. You'll get those results. What else do we need to do? If we look at the priorities we have, of course, we've completed some. We're still working on some. Do we stay the course on those? Do we look at revenue enhancements to try to start? I think we're going to have a 12-month plan, what we're going to do over the next 12 months, but we need to start thinking long-term, next 4 or 5 years, what are we going to do to start addressing some of the deferred maintenance? $60,000 for water and sewer deferred maintenance. Coming up with a plan to build the second fire station. Coming up with plans to address our bridges as they continue to go down. Those kind of things. So what additional guidance do you have for us as part of this process? Our job's done, now it's your turn.
Done, we're ready to go home now.
Okay.
Don, all the polling that we've done to this point, we will get with you and let you respond before we do the final report. Next step, Mayor.
Well, I guess the next step is on us.
Correct.
That dialogue. You know, it's interesting when I talk to citizens on economic development, most of the time their perception of economic development leads back to storefronts, what they see downtown or don't see. And of course, a lot of our economic development is outside that arena. One element that you talked about is how to incentivize, I guess, the ownership of buildings downtown. But it's kind of interesting that at least a lot of the people that I speak to, their perception happens to be more focused on downtown than it is around the airport or you know, our land on the east side or whatever.
Well, I think clearly we've got an investor that's looking at investing significant dollars in our downtown area. Clearly at times he can be, I guess, correct word is eccentric or challenging, and I think it's our job to continue to work with him, and when they have investment ideas, how we can find solutions instead of no's, and work through some of those investment ideals to make them a win-win for him and the community. And I think that's a challenge that we have and that we need to meet. I know there will be an item on your agenda Tuesday night relative to one of those projects. But I think clearly he has resources and wants to invest, and how do we capitalize on that to work with him, work within his ideals, but also refine them to the point that the community is comfortable with them as well.
Yeah, I think we pull them close versus push them away. It's rare here. I've been here 25 or 6 years that anybody's coming in and really putting a lot of money into the town. And this individual is for sure, you know, so it's a big deal, you know, when you start coming into that entryway on what's been fixed there already. And I've had a couple people call and say, oh my God, you know, we got car lots on the entryway to Guthrie. Well, you know, it's business and it's commerce is what it is. So it's a lot better than what it was. Your turn to talk.
Are you all good with the timeline that you supported the priorities? That is there some timelines or milestones that you'd like to see the leadership work towards? Are you comfortable with the plans they've got in place?
Yeah, well, I think there's so many moving parts, and most of it revolves around the availability of resources, which is federal money, as well as some of the things that we just talked about in terms of revenue, albeit smaller revenues, like the motel tax, that kind of thing. But it's so dependent upon that moving part, which Leroy has identified. Just keeping track of what the heck pockets have some money in them that we can that we can put an application in. But I think at least what I've seen in some of the projections in terms of timelines, I think is very positive. We'd all like to see it happen tomorrow.
Sure.
It ain't gonna happen.
I'm assuming in our game plan we presented today, there's not anything to take off the table. They're all projects that we want to see. It just depends on a strategy to fund those and present steps to you along the way, so based on your all's polling today, and the ones that rank highest, we prioritize, and unless we find a funding source that might change that priority because we can leverage outside dollars, but we just start trying to knock them out one at a time if we can.
Thoughts? Other thoughts? Any additional thoughts?
Nobody's complaining.
That's good.
You're happy, we're happy.
Okay.
Okay? Lunch ready?
They'll bring it in, yeah, when
Okay.
they're doing that.
We will take a short break, have lunch. You all kind of think about things and then maybe do a wrap up after lunch.
And we should just watch to see when they start bringing stuff in. Is that
Yeah,
it,
they're
Kim?
gonna bring it in.
Out here? Out behind us?
So you can kind of mingle and think about things, and then we'll have lunch, and then after lunch we can do a wrap up.
Okay?
That's your lane.
Moving fast. All right. All right. Yes?
We're back. You did mine.
Good. All right. Welcome back, folks. Rebecca, I turn it to you.
We will go ahead, just to give everybody an update, we added Counselor Don Channel to the conversation, and he has gone through and done polling, so we have results and input from all 7 of the council members, so thank you for that. As we wrap up kind of the tail end of our agenda here, want to talk a little bit about the process, how that has worked for you this time as we've gone through, thinking back through the workshops and all the work that you've done prior to coming into today. And then our process today, just input moving forward. Do you like that process, how that's helping you all? And then we'll just let you all comment, just add any comments to close us out. Okay, so leading into today's session, you all had several special workshops and got information from the various departments on many of the projects, equipment needs. Thoughts, comments, suggestions, how was that helpful? Where could the team improve? What worked well? That kind of thing. Didn't work well?
Well, I'll start off. I thought it was really helpful to have that information up front. Gave you a better background, and obviously sped up our process here because we're probably a couple hours ahead of time.
Right.
So I think from that standpoint, I think it was really good having that information up front, having that opportunity for more dialogue at that point, and then it streamlined and I think made it more efficient, the retreat in this planning process, this end part here, from my perspective. Others?
I think in those meetings sometimes we scared the public to death because all they would do was, y'all were talking about raising rates, you were talking about tearing this down, and they all thought it was going to happen, and they didn't understand we were just talking about options. But it did help us a lot. Here, there's a lot less hemming and hawing because everybody knows the information we need to know.
Yeah.
And while we're talking about streamlining our process in our meetings, I wanted to tell you guys, I've been doing some digging into how we run our meetings as far as the agenda and the council meeting and that kind of thing. And what some cities do that I've been watching, when they start through the agenda, the city manager reads the agenda item. Because a lot of times, if Leroy says, okay, number 6, whatever we're talking about here, a lot of times he has something to add directly after the agenda item is read. He, says we've since found out this or found out that. And so he usually has something to say about each item. And so what these cities do is they'll have the city manager read the agenda item. And a lot of them, when they make that agenda item, they will put the possibilities below that, such as A, pass it as is, B, don't pass it, C, you could modify it or table it. And so everybody, you kind of know where you're headed, and it helps everybody with being up to speed on decision making and that kind of stuff. So the city manager would read it and tell us anything he had to add to it. And of course, the pertinent discussion and all just goes on like it always has with, the mayor monitoring the discussion and all that, and then we get down to the vote. But I think if we changed our format a little bit like that, so that mainly Leroy's laying the question out for us, and then us and the mayor discuss it and decide how we want to go vote on it, I think it would clarify our meetings a lot of times. See what you guys thought of that.
I agree with that. Probably being the newest member, not knowing how things work, slow it down a little bit, be more specific, because there's some things I missed before that just went right past me. And it was like we're moving too quick, we're trying to move too quick to get out of there. I do like the way Leroy presents himself in those matters, and maybe I'm slower than others, but I like that.
Well, you were one of the people that I had in mind in our conversations, because I know how it is when you get on.
And honestly, you could look at me like the common public guy. All right.
Well, you're not that common, but you are public.
Well, I kind of think most people think, I can see the public being along my line of, okay, let's slow it down, let's understand what you're saying more. I think
well,
most
and
would agree with me.
if there are options listed under each issue on the agenda, even the public that goes to the trouble of downloading our agenda, they can understand more what the issue is and what some of our options are. And I think it not only helps the new people on the council that may not be up to speed yet, but it also helps the public follow what,
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good idea.
So,
What do you think, Leroy?
I do whatever Port Council tell me to do.
I'm specifically talking about the option thing.
We could lay that out as part of the discussion. I don't know that we have to necessarily have it on the agenda that comes out.
Right.
But when we make the presentation, we can make sure we lay out what the options are.
Yeah.
As part of
That's
the
kind of what
presentation.
my thought was. If we were to go this route, that you would say, okay, here's what you can do.
sometimes our discussions go fast and the public or some of us sometimes tend to get lost because sometimes when something breaks out, people lose track, and I think that'd be a better way to do it, to keep us more organized and on track.
I read the agendas thoroughly and go back through them again, but Leroy's, these workshops, as you pointed out, have been wonderful to me. And just going down there and explaining your options and specifically what you're about to vote for or whatever is very important to me. And I think it would be to the public as well, and I like the way he goes about it.
So what about that end of the table?
I think it's great. I think what we do today is outstanding.
What do you think about
Our
meeting?
proposal, I think the proposal's all right. I think it'd be a good idea. It might be able to help Tracy, like he said, since he's new, he doesn't understand everything. And I know when I first came on the same way, I had to sit there and go, I don't understand what's going on, so I either vote or just say I'm not gonna vote or whatever. But I think for somebody that's new or the general public, I think it would help them out. A lot of times I get people who call and say, no, what you all do?
Yeah.
So I'll have to try to explain to them, and then they don't really still understand.
Well, and that's the whole key, is trying to get it so that, because I get those questions too, because they'll say, well, didn't you say no, we talked about this, and it's hard for them to keep it straight.
They don't know whether you're voting on to either fix something, do something, or you're gonna pass taxes off on us or what, or are you just discussing it?
Right.
That's what they don't understand.
The more we can clarify it and get it out, and the more people understand it, then the easier it is for them to know what we're doing, so.
Yeah, I think the more information that we can provide that's understood, better off we are. And kind of, Don, maybe picking up a little bit on your point, maybe there's a need for a summarization before we take the vote of, here's the topic, and then here were options, and this is what we're voting on.
I know. A lot of times what happens, I think people join the conversation late. And so they don't see all the workshops, all the information that we've already seen and heard. All they see is us sit up there and vote on a one-sentence question, and they wonder where that all comes from. I think that's where most of the distrust and lack of transparency that they see, I think that's where that comes from.
So I think, Leroy, there's at least 4 up here. It says, you got a new job.
Okay. I always looking for something new.
Yeah, you need more to do. I want to touch base. I like the idea as well. I think it's a good thing if we can maybe potentially do it that way. But getting back to what brought us here on your workshops, which we haven't done those in the past like this, since I've been on there, that was great because there was a couple questions as we were polling that I potentially had just to bring back and try to remember what was going on with a certain, like the roll-off truck or, that type of thing. But, it made this real great. We probably could have added budget into this, because we got time.
Yeah, this is shades above the way we've been doing it.
Yeah.
I think it
worked great.
I liked your little telephone.
Oh, the polling?
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah, that was
Well,
great.
the thing that's cool about it is we know now what the answers are. We don't have to, last time we had to wait and then find out.
Right.
So this time it's just immediate.
The only thing I would suggest on that polling, I kind of mentioned it to you, on some of them, it's either you're dead set against it or you want it. There was a one or a two.
Yeah.
We might add a little,
I could have
yeah.
added on the equipment request,
Undecided
and I
in the
could
middle.
have added more.
well, and there's, you know, like there's some options that you're not really dead set against, but you're don't want it as bad as you want this other one. So
Right,
if you
yeah.
had, you know,
Yeah.
that's,
And Leroy, if we're gonna have you start reading the agenda like this, then we're gonna have to get you that maple desk with the scroll work on the front of it that we've been talking about. The public's gonna be looking at you.
I like what Leroy said after, as part of the polling, some of the things we might disagree with today. In the meantime, grants come through or some other things might change that will change our perspective as we're moving forward.
well, and we have that a lot in the meetings too, on agenda items. It's on the agenda and we think we're gonna have to address it this way. Well, then something happens that day and the owner come in and got a permit or they filed whatever they're filing, so it's changing. And that way, if he's reading the agenda, he can go, well, we can just take this one off, it's been fixed. And I think it'd be a lot more efficient way to do it.
Thoughts, other thoughts, comments? Anything for the good of the order?
I think it's good to recognize, if you look back, I came in 2017, and not just myself, but if you look at all our department heads and our management team, the progress that we've made in the last 4 years, working together, identifying needs, identifying grants, the management team for City Hall is just growing leaps and bounds.
No question.
We gave you a flag at the last meeting. Come on.
All right.
Which brings me to the next subject of maybe potentially, you know, at one point we looked at an accountant and everything else for you, and I don't know how I felt about that one, but I think that we are going in such a fashion that we might want to start looking at an assistant type city manager for you at some point here. Because the one thing that we don't, you mentioned in jest, you know, I'm going to end up in the retirement home at that point, but come on, we're all going to retire at one point. And it would be a natural progression.
It would really make a big difference in choosing our next city manager too.
We are looking at some ideas for the next budget year.
You've got a lot on your plate. Maybe that person could be heavy in grants and everything else too.
Maybe we should put a call limit on Bothroyd, that free you up a little bit with that. You get one a week, 5 minutes.
I don't even make one a week.
So some of the things you talked about, just the workshops were helpful leading into today's session. A couple of comments there. Just the city making good progress. Maybe it's time to look at staffing options, or we've got to think about some succession planning long term. Some suggestions, possible changes is change the agenda format, have the city manager read an item, identify what the options are for that item, kind of perhaps lay that out as part of the discussion or include on the agenda. For big topics, summarize the topic before the vote, and then next time we do a polling in this, like on the equipment, just have more choice options that you have a range on some of those things. Okay, any other things I need to capture there? If not, we'll just kind of go down the table and close out with comments from counselors if you have it. So Tracy, we'll start with you and just work on down to Jeff.
Well, again, I just want to iterate how really easy this council's been for me, a newcomer, because of the people that are in place, I guess, and I've met and impressed with all departments, but Leroy, in his workshops really made it easy for me. So I'm kind of limited on what I can say, but it has really made it easy on me because I didn't know what to expect. But the choices are there, they're put in front of you. Now we just have to figure out a way to pay for the needs. And there are a lot of them. So I've enjoyed it thus far.
Good in order.
No, I appreciate all of you guys' hard work and effort into not only prepping for the workshops, but getting all this presentation put together today. There's a lot of great information in there, and I think as overall, I think that the city is progressing and going in the right direction, and it's because of the leadership, and we greatly appreciate you guys.
Yep. I agree 100%. And Leroy hit on a key aspect of it all about the whole management group working together, and because just like in these workshops, I'm sure a lot of that was put together by the different department heads, you know, so Leroy presents it perfectly, and he's a great leader, and I think we just can't say enough about how far we've come lately. So, that's it.
You done? You good? I'm kind of with everybody else. I feel like everybody in this room has progressed a lot from our first one of these. Whether it's moving forward for the city or whether it's us working with each other to get goals, seems to me like we're doing a lot better than we were when we first started. And I'm always commenting too that whatever the organization is, whether it's the fire department or the police department or whatever, that department has the reflection of the leader. So if the leader's a putz, the whole department's a putz. Well, that kind of goes to with Leroy. He's at the top of the food chain, and then his people that are under him, they look to Leroy as a good leader, and Leroy's been an excellent leader and really tried to meet everybody's needs. And that just induces all these other department heads to follow him. And I think y'all are doing a good job with it. Like I say, I think we're made a lot of progress in the past 2 or 3 years, and I'm looking forward to the next 2 or 3.
I remember coming on council, and Leroy came to us and told us that we were $500,000 in the hole. And that's where I started with him. And we're not there anymore. It's not just because of the sales tax. He got us out of that before we had the sales tax. We had to cut a bunch of stuff. We cut jobs. We did all kinds of stuff. But the big difference, I think, that we've got now that we didn't have prior to that is just leadership. I think Don's right. Brian's right. All these guys are right. Leroy has been an awesome leader for us. Might not be the best leader in the world. Guthrie, he's a pretty damn good choice. And we are all in this for the same reasons. I mean, nobody's trying to take the city. Nobody's trying to not be open and obvious about what we're doing. It's just the way it comes across sometimes. That's what I was talking about just a minute ago. We get to the end and we make our comments and we make our vote, and people see it as we made that on one sentence. They don't see all the workshops and stuff that we've been to. And while we're on the topic of that, that's why, Tracy, we're not still sitting here discussing the stuff that we've already been through, is because of those workshops. We've already discussed it all. Every bit of it, you know, and we're coming in here, we're more prepared coming into this meeting than we've ever been since I've been on council, probably since you've been on council. But anyway, the guys are doing an awesome job. Tenny, you department heads, all of you, you're really just doing an awesome job, and I think the city of Guthrie needs to know that. HR people.
You close us out, how about that? I'll go to
Okay.
Cliff and then come back to you, so.
I don't know what else to say. Everybody's already said it all. And thanks, Rebecca, for being here and
Yeah.
model this meeting. But I think everybody's right. I think staff's doing a great job. And, you know, hey, what more can you say? And that's it, Mayor. I'm done. What else to say? Everybody's already said it.
Well, you know, I think we are on a good path. We are on a good path, and that does take leadership, and that takes building the team. And it's not just the city staff. I mean, we've got
Bill. We got Allison now joining the team, and yourself. I mean, it's we talk about Team Guthrie, and I think it is. It's everybody pulling in the same direction. I think my question earlier is I think sometimes 12,000 constituents don't understand how far we've come because they kind of see it every day. It's kind of like if you go and visit one place once a year, you see the change, but if you're there 365, you don't see the change. I think that's sometimes it happens to our citizens, that there are a lot of good changes. There's a lot of great opportunity. There's some challenges too, and the challenges are usually dollars and cents. I think the culture that all of us have touched on, the culture in our city government has changed, and it's that man right over there. Because as Don said, you take it from the top, that I think the culture is dynamic. I think it's positive, and I think it's pushing the envelope. That part is not just Leroy, but that's everybody else buying in and doing their part. I think I speak for the council here, as they all have said. We greatly appreciate that. We probably don't say it enough, but we greatly appreciate that. And we know that there's an awful lot of work that goes into it behind the scenes. I don't know who in the heck makes all the slides, but that person alone is a full-time job, in my mind. It's Leroy. I know it's Leroy. I know that.
Spiritual gift of slides.
It is greatly appreciated. It's appreciated certainly by us here in council and by the citizens.
Say something. His pants are baggy.
Yeah.
Pants are baggy.
Leroy's head's blowing up. It's going to explode.
But I think, I just think we're really, really fortunate. We've had some good opportunity. The sales tax thing came about at the right time, and then, amid all the things that could go wrong with COVID, there's some money that's come available.
What would have happened had the prior manager still been here when we got that money?
I don't know. I don't even want to talk about that, but there's good things, and there's good things. It's just like going out and talking to the folks developing down on Waterloo about the TIF and pushing that envelope, or talking to the Bucky people about pushing that opportunity, or casino or whatever. It's people that are not resting on their laurels, that are out there pushing to make Guthrie better for all of us. That's what it's all about. You all do a great job. All of you, y'all team. All team. Yeah.
All right, well, I think that kind of concludes the agenda. So, Mayor, I guess I turn it back over to you to adjourn us today.
Are we through here? Folks, we're like 2 hours ahead of schedule. Okay? We're adjourned. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Good job, folks. Everybody.